Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is now the big moment that we have all been waiting for. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Inter-High School Girls Softball Championship Finals. We have waited all this across the season for this big moment. We are sure all the girls have been pouring their heart out into the softball field, and now we are about to witness the biggest game of the whole season so far. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not tuned in yet, if you have not told your family, your friends about this game, make sure to bring everybody along for the ride, because we are going straight into this game. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. If you are a Clement Howell fan, if you are a HJRHS High School fan, make sure to tell your whole school about this game. Make sure to tell all your family, all your friends. Drop a comment down below. Make sure to bring the support for your team, because let me tell you something. These two teams have been working straight from the beginning of the season, and now it all comes down to this final big moment. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will be witnessing the Clement Howell Eagles taking on the H.J. Robertson High School Stallions. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a contest that has been proven to be exciting over the season. We have been seeing these two teams dominating so far. Right now, we're currently having the national anthem being sung by the girls. And here's a moment of silence now for the national anthem. We'll get right back to you in a second. The end of the national anthem. Here we see in front of you the teams lined up. As I said earlier, today we'll be seeing the Clement Howell Eagles taking on the HJRHS High School Stallions, the team from Providence Islands, Blue Hills, versus the team from Grand Turk, the nation's capital. The Clement Howell Eagles, black and yellow, versus the HJ Stallions, royal blue and white.
Good evening, everyone.
Both of these teams have been pressing hard, as I said earlier, to make it to this point. And so now we're going to some opening remarks.
To the teams, HJRHS High and Clement Howell, congratulations for making it this far. This has been an exciting year in girls softball. Thank you to our partner, the Softball Federation, for working with us to continue to build softball in the Turks and Caicos Islands. This has been a very resilient year. The weather did quite a number on us, but yet the teams remain resilient. Thank you to the coaches for developing your athletes. I can say, and I know that Mr. President Godfrey Bean, who's here today, can attest, when we decided to reignite girls softball a number of years ago, maybe 60% of the team showed up in black tights and white T-shirts. Today, you girls look like professional athletes. Give yourselves a round of applause. And to your coaches, and to your schools. So tonight, fans, thanks for coming out. Those who are not here yet, who are watching online, I know we have a nice live feed, but the environment is even better if you're here to cheer our girls on. So girls, have fun, stay safe, and of course, may the best team win. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jared, Director of the Turks and Caicos Islands Sports Commission. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have the warm-up. Ladies, I want to wish you guys all the best. Please do not listen to me. I'm just here for the spectators. I'm just calling it down the line. So, ladies, I want to wish you guys all the best. Put everything on the field now and may the best team win. You guys may leave and see you guys on the field. Godfrey, what's next? So we need a catcher for the first pitch. So Mr. Jared will do the first pitch. Our director of the Turks and Caicos Islands Sports Commission, the first pitch. Godfrey, who's pitching? Oh, so Alexa Estrella wants to be the catcher. Big hitter for HJRHS High School. In her final year? No, not her final year. It's not her final year. She still have a year to go. So our director will take the first pitch for this championship game. Mr. Jared, we ain't got no insurance, okay? Be careful. And the first pitch is in, and it's a strike. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the facts and not the fiction. We need the coaches and captains. Coaches and captains, please come right here to the officials' table. So our head umpire, Mr. Godfrey Bean, he's also the president of the Softball Federation here in the Turks and Caicos Islands. I want to thank all our sponsors for making this possible, all our volunteers, the Royal Turks and Caicos Islands Police, mic check. So ladies and gentlemen, we have the coin flip now. Let me tell you the facts and not the fiction, ladies and gentlemen. Pre-season, early season. It was a dramatic opening game for both teams. HJRHS High School won that game 19-18. It was a dramatic game. I was not here to call it down the line, but I heard it was very dramatic. And now they meet again in the championship game. Both teams are good.
And so we are now back, ladies and gentlemen. As we have said before, this is the championship game of the Inter-High School Girls Softball Competition. This is the HJRHS High School Stallions taking on the Clement Howell Eagles. And as I said before, both teams have been pouring their absolute heart out into this game. This game has promised to be an absolute masterpiece of a game here on this pitch. We see the tough-hearted Clement Howell Eagles, the warrior spirit that's within them, taking on the HJRHS High School Stallions, a team that has poured a lot of passion into this game so far. We're seeing two different play styles, two different strategies. Let's see which team will come out on top. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are supporting any one of these teams, drop a comment down below. Who is going to win this ball game? Which team is going to come out on top? I want to see some blue hearts in the comments for the HJ Stallions. I want to see some black and yellow hearts for the Clement Howell Eagles. Which team is going to take home the dubs in this one? We already had the third place game before. Now this is the championship round. This is where it all matters. Who will take home the golden glove? Who will take home the golden trophy, first place medal? This is where it all comes down. We are now at the softball pitch, ladies and gentlemen, downtown Providence, Islands. This is your chance now to see the teams. And also one more thing, Let's Move TCI has also started last week. This is your time to sign up. Go on our Facebook page, our Instagram page, and also our TikToks. Follow all our socials on Let's Move. This is your chance to get moving with us now. The first workout happens in Grand Turk every week on Tuesday. Providence Islands happens on Wednesday. North Caicos and South Caicos happens on Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. This is your time now to sign up for Let's Move TCI. This is your chance to get moving. Check out our Instagram pages for the locations. And this is now your moment to get moving with us. Back to live softball game action now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go through this again. The HJRHS High School Stallions versus the Clement Howell Eagles, two of the fiercest teams so far in this competition. Both of these teams have been swinging. Both of these teams have been pitching. They have been alert all around, all four bases so far this season, ladies and gentlemen. Which team is going to come out on top? You see both teams now talking over things next to their benches. The coaches now, they're assisting with them. This is the final game of the season, the game where everything matters the most. Both teams discussing game plans now. Let's see who is going to come out on top in this ball game. They have all worked their sweat and tears to get to this moment. This is the biggest game of the season. The Golden Glove on the line. First place medal, championship bragging rights, everything is on the line in this final softball game, ladies and gentlemen. This is for the females. Last week we saw the basketball players play for the boys. The Maranata Blizzards came on top. Let's see which team is going to come out on top on this softball finals game. And now we are seeing the HJRHS Stallions head into the pitch first. All of them equipped and ready and loaded for this amazing and exciting game that we're about to see for the finals. It looks like the HJRHS Stallions taking to the field, or looks like they're just warming up. We're going to have a very intriguing and exciting game for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Drop a comment down below, as I said, who is going to take home the Golden Glove in this finals game. We see the HJRHS Stallions warming up on the left side. On the right side, we have the Clement Howell Eagles doing their runs. Are the Clement Howell Eagles going to soar high in this softball game, or will the Stallions make their runs known? Who is going to finalize this game and put everything on the line to close out this finals game strong? We see both teams warming up, both teams taking their time We have the championship game starting for you in a couple of minutes, happening at 6:30 tonight. Both teams just now warming up and taking their time. Ladies and gentlemen, this contest proves to be very exciting. This is HJ versus Clement Howell. Grand Turk versus Blue Hills. Which team comes out on top? And ladies and gentlemen, if you are a Providence Islands fan, if you are from Blue Hills, I want to see some black and yellow hearts. I want to see some eagles dropped in the comments now. If you are from Grand Turk, I want to see some horses. I want to see some stallions. I want to see some blue and white hearts dropping in the comments now. Which team are you supporting in this game? As we can see the whole pitch lighting up. Both teams doing their traditional warm-up. Ladies and gentlemen, this game proves to be absolutely exciting in a couple of minutes. First pitch happening at 6:30. Both teams just talking over themselves now, continuing to game plan for this game. Let's see which strategy will come out on top. Let's see which team has the most firepower so far in this game. And ladies and gentlemen, showing on our screen now, we have some third place players for you. This is from the game that happened before. The A. Louise Garland Thomas Hawks defeating the Maranata Blizzards. Although it was a forfeit, Maranata did not show up. And so this was a tough thing for them, but the A. Louise Garland Thomas Hawks was credited with the win. And so they will walk out of here today with the bronze mitts, ladies and gentlemen. So congratulations to A. Louise Garland Thomas for taking home third place in this competition. We are gonna see now who is gonna come out with silver and gold as well too. Players still showing on the screen for you now. These are some of the most competitive players this season so far. And ladies and gentlemen, to talk about A. Louise Garland Thomas some more, it has been quite a season for them. Everyone knows that this team, this school only goes up to third form. And so it's always going to be a challenge somewhat to find some players that would be up, that can keep up with the students that take up to fourth and fifth form as well too. But one thing about A. Louise Garland Thomas Hawks, they have a competitive spirit, ladies and gentlemen. This team does not know when to give up. This team is focused. This team has competitive spirit lined all over them. That is one thing to talk about with the A. Louise Garland Thomas Hawks. They are always consistent with their play style. And shout out to the coaches as well too, who prep them for the games and their matchups. Unfortunately, we did not see them get to play today versus Maranata, but they have worked hard all this season, and so they were credited with the win same way, a well-deserved win nonetheless. A. Louise Garland Thomas has always been a team to look out for in every single sport that they play, especially softball as well too. This season, despite their highs and lows, they came out here with the third place medal, well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have both teams now who are gonna play in this final, warming up on the pitch. We have the Stallions on the left side, Clement Howell on the right, the Eagles. And ladies and gentlemen, the Stallions were also a team that has been very exciting to watch. If you were not able to be here for the games that were even happening 2 weeks ago on the 16th and the 17th, the H.J. Robertson Stallions were able to actually defeat the reigning champions, the Marjorie Basin Knights, heading into this game. That is something interesting. So we'll see what they are going to come with in this season. We are now heading to a commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get right back to you in a second.
Turks and Caicos Islands. Turks and Caicos Islands. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. This year, I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. God gave me strength to walk up a sweat. No matter how hard you walk, I come here to mash it up. I'm running around the track. Nobody can hold me back. Let's move. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. When you see we coming, we moving around the track. We moving non-stop. I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. Already then.
And we would just like to ask, how are the Clement Howell Eagles feeling after being through to the finals now?
We feeling good. You see, all our hard work been paying off, and to be honest, we already know who's gonna make it to finals. So, yeah.
Everything feels nice. The work is not done yet. You know, we still gotta pass the Stallions or whatnot. So, yeah.
How would you describe the journey that the Eagles have been through so far to get to this point?
Good. It wasn't too rocky. It was very smooth because, you know, we've been consistent with training and stuff, but yeah.
Compared to last year, like this one was way smoother. You know, we all make sure everybody come practice. We do what we have to do and we go home.
Okay, so now having been reached to the finals, what do you have to say to any of the doubters who may have been putting Joel down throughout the season?
Stay mad. Tell them to stay mad.
Stay mad.
Exactly.
We put
Okay.
BTA. We put BTA on the field and out the field.
Yup.
Clock that. Clock it. Because they swear we wasn't going to make it finals. Everybody be hating on Clement. Everybody.
Including you.
No shit. No shit.
I'll take it. I was wrong, but then. Thank you so much for your time. That was good. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the HJRHS High School Stallions after they have just punched their ticket straight to this final round tomorrow after beating Maranatha High School. How does it feel to now be in the softball finals this year?
It feels good. I feel confident and I feel like we coming back with this win. And with this being my last year, I feel like everybody deserve this first place trophy.
Okay.
So I feel like we're gonna win tomorrow. We're taking that championship home, and yeah.
I don't have much to say, but just have confidence. Believe in my team. Like Emily says, my last year in HJ softball team, and I just want to win. That's all I came for.
Okay, I mean, what are some of the challenges you would say the team has faced to make it all the way up to this point?
Last communication skills. Like we have to practice that. So we don't mess up, have no mistakes, get mad, just win the game, and be humble.
Same thing, basically what she said, like communication skills on the field. I feel like we could do better in that.
I agree as well. We get frustrated a lot and then all of a sudden we just won't give up. And I feel like that shouldn't happen. Everybody should communicate and, you feel me? Yeah.
To our HJ fans and everybody watching at home, I hope you'll know that we're coming back with the championship title for your school ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now back to live softball action. Both teams are still warming up on the pitch, but now they're still trying to warm up those muscles for this nice, tight, and exciting finals that are coming up in a couple of minutes. Time is still the same, starting at 6:30 p.m. tonight. That's 15 more minutes, but both teams still warming up. Here's a nice view of our stadium as well too. Downtown Ballpark, Providenciales. If you haven't gotten a ticket yet, or if you haven't came down to the stadium, come down now. Make sure to get your tickets, because let me tell you something. This stand is gonna fill back faster than ever. If you haven't gotten your tickets yet, or if you haven't thought about coming down here, make sure to come from early as you can, because these stands are gonna fill right out in a couple of minutes. This is the Inter-High School Girls Softball Championship Finals. If you haven't gotten your tickets yet, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to come down and make sure you book yourself from now. Only a couple of minutes until this game officially starts, and we are already seeing a lot of fans coming in the stadium so far from now. And both teams still on the pitch, warming up themselves. This is HJ now on the pitch, practicing their throws, practicing their catching as well too. And as I was talking earlier about HJ, their philosophy so far in this season has been very intriguing. They don't allow players or other people to talk about them. They don't allow any trash talk or anything like that to get through their heads. They are the Stallions, thick-minded and also very persuasive and perseverant. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the H.J. Robertson High School Stallions on the field right now, just practicing as they throw. If you have missed any highlights so far this season, make sure to check out our Instagram page. We have a lot of pictures and a lot of highlights so far for you to catch up on, and also a couple of our interviews. Check out our interviews as well. We did interviews with the Clement Howell Eagles, with the H.J. Robertson High School Stallions as well too. Both of them on our pages. Check out our Instagram page if you want to catch up on our content so far. Ladies and gentlemen, this is time for the championship game. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. The best of the best. Only two schools can play in the championship every year. And ladies and gentlemen, so far, these two have been the best schools in this championship, the Clement Howell Eagles and the H.J. Robertson Stallions. Who is going to take home the gold? Who is going to walk out of here with first place? And let's talk a little bit about the Clement Howell Eagles. Earlier, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been following our pages, let's go. The Clement Howell Eagles actually managed to defeat a team 20-0 this season so far. That was the Wesley Methodist Stingrays. That is something about the Clement Howell Eagles that you have to take into consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Clement Howell Eagles are not gonna give any room at all to the H.J. Robertson Stallions in this softball game. This team is known for going all out every single minute of this game. They do not let up. They do not give an inch to the opposition. The Clement Howell Eagles know how to press. They know how to stay focused and locked in. And also they have a really good pitcher in Eunice Mizik, who will be pitching for them tonight as well too. The Clement Howell Eagles are also not a team to play around. They are a black and yellow team, attempting to soar high in this championship game tonight. Let's see what's gonna happen. Both of these teams have been absolutely fearless so far. Let's see which team is gonna incite fear into the other one as well too. We can see the Clement Howell team talking to each other. Here's another view of our stadium overhead. Bright lights, green grass as well. Softball stadium lit up nice, and as I mentioned before, the stands are starting to fill up. One person at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, make sure to come down here and book yourself from now, because these stands are gonna get packed in a couple of minutes. The championship game started in about 10 to 12 minutes. The championship game is at 6:30 tonight. Only a couple of minutes away from the game starting to see who is gonna be the best team so far in this championship season for the softball girls so far. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wasn't here to witness the third place game in person a couple of hours ago, Maranatha was not able to come in. They did not show up to the third place game, leading to A. Louise Garland Thomas being credited with the third place victory. They walk out of here with the bronze mitt, with the bronze glove, ladies and gentlemen. Third place. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said, they have worked hard so much for this season. It was so refreshing to watch them be able to come up with a placement this season so far, fully deserved. The A. Louise Garland Thomas Hawks is not a team that likes to give up. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, the H.J. Robertson Stallions and the Clement Howell Eagles, both of these teams are teams that you had to have been there to watch every single game so far this season, ladies and gentlemen. Both of these teams, you cannot play around with any of these teams so far. And ladies and gentlemen, both of these teams are looking to come out with the absolute 100% effort so far in this game. Both of these teams not looking to inch up for any second so far in this game. This is the Inter-High School Girls Softball Championship Finals for the 25-26 season. Both teams still talking it over, but we're about to start for you in a couple of minutes. A couple of minutes left to go before we have the first pitch of the game. Both teams now prepping themselves for the last couple of minutes before they officially head to the pitch. Both teams talking it over, discussing strategies, discussing plays, trying to get as familiar with the other team as possible, looking for weaknesses, looking, ladies and gentlemen, for ways to siphon the other team to the best of their ability. Who is gonna come out on top with this ball game, ladies and gentlemen? Both teams looking like vipers. Now, who is gonna come out on top? Both teams strategizing, looking for the best play possible before this game officially starts. Both of these teams now, they have had their own strategies so far in this season. As I said, we saw the HJ Stallions taking their time to get to this point. We saw the Clement Howell Eagles absolutely dominating so far in this season as well too. HJ Robertson has been more taking their time, but let me tell you something, patience has a tendency to pay off as well too. But will the warrior spirit from Clement Howell overrun the Stallions so far tonight in this game, or will we see the Stallions take their time and siphon out the Clement Howell Eagles to a victory here tonight for first place in this championship game? Ladies and gentlemen, drop your comments in the chat. Who is gonna come out on top for this game? Will it be the H.J. Robertson High School Stallions? Will it be the Clement Howell Eagles? I want to see the fans in the comments right now. Drop your opinions down below. Who is gonna come out on top? I want to hear your opinions in the comments down below. Which team are you supporting? Which team are you backing? Ladies and gentlemen, for the adults are watching, If your child is playing, if your daughter's playing tonight, I want to see you drop your name in the comments down below. I want to see you supporting your children as well too tonight. If your sister's playing tonight, I want to see you drop your name in the comments down below. Drop her name, ladies and gentlemen. Which school are you playing for? Which school are you cheering for, ladies and gentlemen? Is it the HJRHS Stallions? Is it the Clement Howell Eagles? This game now proven to be a very exciting game. Both teams still talking it over. We have a couple of minutes left for you tonight before we officially turn over to the game. Which team is gonna come out on top? Will it be the HJ Stallions? Will it be the Clement Howell Eagles? Both teams now looks like they're heading to the benches for what hopefully may be the last time before the game officially starts. Both coaches talking deeply with their players. And as I said before, both teams strategizing. Both teams looking to siphon up a way to detect and play through this team. Ladies and gentlemen, show your family some support. Show your children some support. Whoever's playing for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, drop your comments down below. Who is gonna come out on top? Show support to both teams as well too, ladies and gentlemen, for reaching so far into the season. I want to see some blue hearts for the Stallions. I want to see some black and yellow hearts for the Clement Howell Eagles. I want to see some horses for the Stallions. I want to see some eagles for the Eagles. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is gonna prove to be one of the best games so far of this whole entire season. Drop your comments down below. Drop your emojis down below. We want to see them, ladies and gentlemen. We want to see the comments stacked right out with the full support from you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to see which team has the highest fan base so far online, which team has the most passionate fans, which team has the most dedicated fans who will stick with their team through and through. Ladies and gentlemen, whichever outcome of this game happens to be the final outcome, we want to say congratulations to either team in advance for reaching so far into this game. Whichever team comes out on top, we know it's going to be well deserved. For both teams have worked their heart out to reach to such a point in the season so far. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is going to be very exciting, very intriguing, very entertaining. Stands are starting to fill up even more, ladies and gentlemen. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this has been good so far, and now we're heading to another commercial break. We'll get right back to you in a second.
Skylar Williams, co-captain.
Okay, so now how does it feel to be here and on this lovely day playing softball with your teammates and your friends? How does it feel representing your school and stuff?
It's great because I've been with these guys since first form, playing this sport, and this is our last year too, so it feels great.
Yeah, same thing. I've been with both of them since first form. You know, it's good that we could make it all the way to fifth form. This is our last year playing, so you know, we trying to go with a banger.
Yeah, that's it.
I feel good. I feel like we win today, so yeah.
So what's your expectations for the playoffs coming up for the team? How y'all been planning for the game so far? That's coming.
We've been keeping it composed, just training hard, and just praying that what we train comes out in game.
Just been staying humble, you know? God's plan.
That's it.
We've been working hard. We haven't missed one day, every day. Training. Yeah.
Always at it.
Always.
So any teams that has you all scared so far? Any teams that been rocking Clement Howell hard? Like any teams that been intimidating you all so far?
No pressure, you know? Like, we know how these teams play. Like, we been playing since, second form? Like, ain't no pressure.
No, the Eagles never scared. Never.
Come on, man.
Let's be for real.
Okay. What would y'all expect from yourself if y'all was to actually make it all the way through, but then you meet a tough team like, let's say, Wesley Methodist or Marjorie based in the finals? How would y'all expect to overcome that barrier emotionally, knowing that y'all worked up all this time and now you have a tough opponent in front of you?
Really and truly, I just suck it up, call it one day, because that's life. You lose some and you win some, and it's also a team sport too. So if I couldn't do it, they can do it. Can't do nothing about that.
Like she said, you know, we saw our mistakes, we overcome it. If that was not, well, it was enough, you know, but it is what it is, like she said. As once you have fun, you have to have fun. Like some people take it too serious, like, you know, it's a fun game, you know?
Wesley not even in the picture no more, so yeah, that's it I had to say.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Hi, I'm here to remind you that gambling is all about fun, but only when you're in control. Think of gambling like this deck of cards. Exciting, unpredictable, and full of possibilities. But just like in life, the key is knowing how to play smart. Set a budget before you play and make sure you stick to it. Never chase losses and know when to walk away. Gambling should be a game and not a gamble with your future.
At the Turks and Caicos Islands Gaming Commission, we're here to keep the game safe, fair, and fun. Play responsibly and protect what matters most. Play smart, play safe. Turks and Caicos Islands Gaming Control Commission, proud sponsor of the Turks and Caicos Islands School Sports.
Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, a proud sponsor of Turks and Caicos Islands School Sports.
Turks and Caicos Islands. Turks and Caicos Islands. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. This year, I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. God gave me strength to walk up a sweat. No matter how hard he walk, I come here to mash it up. I'm running around the track. Nobody can hold me back. Let's move. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. When you see we coming, we moving around the track. We moving non-stop. I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for health. Already then.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is the moment we have now been waiting for. It is finally time for the game to start. This is the Inter-High School Girls Softball Championship Finals game. Both teams now officially returned onto the pitch. This is Clement Howell versus HJ Robinson. This is the Stallions versus the Eagles. This is the game where everything is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. We can see now HJ Robinson will be the first team to pitch. Clement Howell will be the first team to bat. Both teams now officially on the pitch. The game officially about to start now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the game where everything matters the most. Championship finals about to start. Officially underway. Here we go, H.J. Robinson with the first pitch of the game. Watch her taking her time now. The official marking the spot. Clement Howell is ready. Let's go. And official call that as a ball. Another attempt now. Let's see H.J. Swings. No good. Could not get that. That's the second ball. H.J. looks like they're trying to shake off a little bit of beginner's thing. That's a little bit too high as well too. That's the third ball. One more and the batter gets to walk to second base. H.J. could not get it. And that will be number 7 from Clement Howell, Tamara Lewis, to walk to second base. So now Clement Howell has a runner on second base. That is number 15 from Clement Howell. On the first base now, Destiny Cox. And that first throw was a strike. Let's go. Second one, and that's way too low. Here we go. Watch the runner, 1 to third, and she is safe. Clement Howell went to third base there. Let's go. Clement Howell looking to get again. Goes up, and that's another strike for Clement Howell. Their second strike so far. One more, and the batter is out. It would be their first out of the game. Let's see how HJ goes. Goes up, and that's a little bit too low. That pitch is no good. Ladies and gentlemen, which team is going to come out on top in the softball finals? H.J. Robinson goes up again. That one is too low. Clement Howell now, you can see the third base runner a little bit eager to come home after that. Now the Clement Howell batter getting ready. Destiny. And no, that's the fourth ball. And now the batter will get to walk to second base again. This is another batter from Clement Howell. Here we go. HJ to pitch again. And the officials looks like, not sure if that's a foul or if that's a ball, but looks like the batter will get to go again. Another swing. And the official calls that as a strike. How is Clement Howell going to respond now? Goes out. That is way too high of a pitch. Way too high. That's a ball. This is number 21 from Clement Howell. Batting right now, Miss Janiyah Forbes. Let's see how the Eagles' momentum is going to carry out throughout this game so far. HJ goes again, and that's another strike for the Eagles. One more strike, and she is out. That's the second strike so far. Let's see when it's going to happen. Goes again, and that's her fourth ball. And Janiyah will get to walk to second base. And ladies and gentlemen, the bases are loaded. All bases have a Clement Howell Eagles player on it currently. Let's see what is going to happen now. Interesting situation for this game. This is now number 2 from Clement Howell to bat, Denisha Rodriguez. from Clement Howell. And that will be a ball. A little bit too low on that throw. Ladies and gentlemen, currently for H.J. Robinson, this is number 5, Emmeline Seymour, pitching for H.J., and that's a strike from from Clement Howell. That was a good pitch there from Emmeline. Let's see if she can carry on this momentum. Goes again. That's another strike. Back-to-back strikes for Emmeline. Let's see how this momentum is going to carry on. Reminder, all bases have a Clement Howell Eagles player on it. The bases are loaded. Goes again. And that's another strike. So, ladies and gentlemen, she is out. That is the first out of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2 from Clement Howell Eagles, Denisha Rodriguez is officially out. That's the first out of the game for Clement Howell. Ladies and gentlemen, you need 3 outs in a softball game to officially switch over. And so HJ needs 2 more, throws again, and that's low. And look at the runner go, and she is safe. Successfully returned to the home base. That is number 7 from Clement Howell. That is Tamara Lewis scoring a run for her team. The score is now 1-0 Clement Howell. Here we go. How is HJ gonna respond to this now? Looks like they may want to take their time. Goes up, and that's that's too low again. Number 4 from Clement Howell, currently batting. This is Skylar Williams from Clement Howell. Goes again, and that's a strike from Emmeline, H.J. Robinson High School again. Let's see how Clement Howell is going to respond to that. Ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell has been known for not giving up. Goes again, and she swung at that. Looks like they may call that as a foul ball. How is Skylar going to respond to this one now from Clement Howell? Ladies and gentlemen, continue to drop your comments down below. Which team are you rooting for so far? The current score is 1-0 to the Eagles. Who is going to come out on top in this softball game? This is the game where everything matters the most. Clement Howell is currently batting in this first inning so far. Goes again, and that's too low again. That's another ball call. Skylar currently at the line, at the base. Emmeline goes again, and look at that strike. Oh my goodness. But ladies and gentlemen, the H.J. Robinson High School player manages to catch the ball, and Skylar Williams is now out. That's the second out call for Clement Howell. And now Clement Howell, they have a run scored, but they are playing on the ropes. That's another strike from Clement Howell. This is the first strike of this batting chance so far. Still has some time. Let's see how Clement Howell is going to make it. And that one is called as a ball. So we have 1 ball and 1 strike. That one a little bit too low. This is number 3 from Clement Howell, Berlene Noel, who is currently batting. Goes again. That one is too low again. And looks like HJ is opting for a quick pitch strategy so far. Trying to catch Clement Howell off guard. Let's go. Emmeline goes again. That's no good again. A little bit too low.
3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, 1 run for
How is Clement Howell gonna respond to this now? Goes again, and that one is a strike, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like now, ladies and gentlemen, one more strike, and Clement Howell will have to be reporting on the field to catch, and H.J. Robinson would be batting. Let's go. Goes again, and that one is deemed a little bit too high. So now the Clement Howell Eagles player will walk to second base. This is number 25 now from Clement Howell reporting. This is Samaria Parker from Clement Howell. Goes up, no good, could not get that pitch. Pitch was deemed a little bit too low. Let's see what's gonna happen now. Emlyn has been throwing some solid pitches. Goes up again. That one is a little bit too high. Has been throwing them a little bit. I don't know if it's the pace. Needs to put a little bit more direction into the throws. Let's see how she's gonna make the adjustment for her team. This is Emlyn Seymour currently pitching for the HJ Stallions. Let's see what somebody is gonna say about that. And the umpire gives that as another ball. And HJ now walking the player from Clement Howell, who was eager to make it to the home base, walking her patiently back to her spot. She's saying she's not gonna come home so easily like that. She's not gonna sneak away like that. Goes up again, and that one is too low again. And the Clement Howell player will walk to second base. And ladies and gentlemen, the bases were loaded. And so now all four players will walk to the next base. That is another successful run scored by Clement Howell. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see some Eagles in the comments now. Clement Howell is currently leading so far. I want to see some black and yellow hearts in the comments for Clement Howell. They have a 2-0 lead so far. Let's see what HJ is going to say about that. Goes, and that's too low again. Pitch was deemed too low. HJ walking the Clement Howell player back to the base again. Let's see how HJ is going to respond. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell currently has 2 outs. If they get one more, then HJ will have to be batting. This one deemed as a ball. And you can see Clement Howell eager to come home to the fourth base to score their run. The HJ backstop having to be walking her player all the way back to third base again. Look at that hit. Here we go, Clement Howell. That's another run scored for Clement Howell. That one was interesting. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the Clement Howell player is out. That's another out for Clement Howell. We can see the players now returning back to their benches. And now we will see the H.J. Robinson Stallions now having a chance to bat. Ladies and gentlemen, the current score is 2-0 in favor of the Eagles. That run just now did not count. It will count as an out. And so now both teams having to switch over. Clement Howell will have to take to the field. And H.J. Robinson will get a chance to bat now. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said once again, this is the championship game for inter-high school softball for the girls. Which team are you supporting the most so far, ladies and gentlemen? And everyone, while this team is warming up to head to the field, I want to mention our sponsors for today. Thank you so much to Inter-Caribbean Airways for getting us across the islands and getting us to the games. Inter-Caribbean has been a very vital sponsor so far for us. We want to say special congratulations and thanks to them. for always helping us out and being there for us. We want to say a special thank you to Waterloo Holding for your continued support. They have been another crucial sponsor for us as well too. Waterloo Holding, special thanks to them. Special shout out to them. Another special shout out will go to Graceway IGA. Another special sponsor for us. They have been always helping us. Thank you so much for your contributions as well too. The sponsors mean a lot to the games, ladies and gentlemen. Just taking a little moment to highlight them. Both teams now, the Clement Howell Eagles, are still warming up themselves. The Stallions will take to the pitch. Pretty soon, we will now see a chance for the Stallions to bat and score some runs for the team. The Eagles still warming up themselves. And they have just successfully scored 2 runs for the team in their first inning. What is going to happen in this game, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see what the mentality will be for Clement Howell as they now have to pitch and as they now take to the field. What will be their mentality? What will be their strategy? This is their chance to showcase all of their hard work and dedication so far in this season. What is going to come of this ball game? Which team is going to come out on top? This is the Clement Howell Eagles taking on the HJRHS Stallions. This is Blue Hills Providenciales taking on Grand Turk. Which school is going to come out on top, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Eagles versus the Stallions. And Clement Howell has been known also for their pitcher. This is Eunice Missick, currently at the pitching line for them. They have been known for their dangerous pitcher so far, known to be getting teams out very quickly. And before they even have a chance to blink their eye, you already see the teams on 1 and 2 outs, and very quickly 3 outs as well too. This is Eunice Missick, currently warming up her hands at the pitching base for her team. Let's see what is going to come of this inning so far. The Eagles currently sit on 2 runs. Let's see what HJ has to say about that when they have their chance to bat now, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, apart from the team that you are supporting, which player have you been supporting so far? Have you guys have any favorite players that you have been supporting the most? I want to see you drop some names down in the comments. If anyone is related to a player, by the way, I want to see you drop their name in the comments down below. Which player has been your favorite to watch so far this season? Which player have you just been supporting overall so far the most this season? Is it a player from HJ? Is it a player from Clement Howell? Drop your favorite player down below in the comments. And along with that, drop your favorite team in the comments as well too, down below. And now it looks like we're getting ready for HJ to bat. The Stallions now to bat. First pitch, no good. The first pitch from the Eagles will count as a ball. The first ball for HJ. Let's see what Eunice has something to say. And that's another pitch. And ladies and gentlemen, that's an automatic walk from HJ. The runner will go to second base. Here we have another batter from HJ. This is number 7 from the Stallions. This is Ariel Harvey at the first base to bat for the Eagles. Let's see now. Eunice pitches. And that's a strike call against Ariel from the H.J. Robertson Stallions. That's the first strike so far from them in this game. So that's 2 balls and 1 strike so far accumulated. What is going to happen now? Goes again. And that is deemed a little bit too low. That's her 3rd ball. 1 more and she will automatically get to walk. Clement Howell goes again. And there's a solid hit from HJ as they run down to second base. Ariel now taking a chance, going all the way to 3rd. And she... Oh, after reviewing the play, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the official has called that as a foul ball. The runs will not count, but it looks like Ariel will still return back to her batting position. The runs to the bases will not count. She will have to start over. Here's Ariel again at the batting position. Goes up. And that was a hard pitch, but here we go. Ariel making her run. And now HJ has runners on both the 2nd and the 3rd and the 4th base. 2nd and 4th bases now loaded for the HJ Stallions. Here we go. This is another batter from HJ. And the pitch is good. That's a strike. Another strike accumulated from the HJ Stallions. This is number 14 currently batting. And you see as the Clement Howell Eagles player chasing back the HJ Robinson player back to her 4th base. She is saying, you're not going to get home that easily, dear. Number 14 from HJ, this is Johanna Jean, currently batting. Here we go. Look at that hit from HJ as they run around the bases. And a 1 runner is home. And another one is coming in. And she is safe. So that is 2 straight runs accumulated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the officials, after reviewing it again, it looks like that same runner is actually out. Looked like he reviewed the decision and deemed it to be out. Looks like the runner tapped her before she stepped on the final base. And so, ladies and gentlemen, looks like that was actually an out. Here we go, HJ now, currently to bat again.
Now, who bring their dog on this team? Y'all know better than that. Who bring their dog on this team?
Here we go.
Can they come up?
This is number 1 from HJ. This is Alexa. Look at that marvelous hit from Alexa. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's a foul ball nonetheless, so no run will count. That was a sweet hit right there. If only it was legal. And so now here is the batter again. And that was deemed way too high from the Clement Howell player. And Clement Howell, as I said before, they have adapted to a very fast pitching strategy. Goes again. And that one is deemed a little bit too low. Eunice is known for her pitches from Clement Howell. Let's see what she can come up with now. Goes again. Look at that hit. And that's another foul ball. Call from Alexa. And ladies and gentlemen, so far, she has accumulated 2 strikes and 2 outs. 1 more strike and she is out. 2 strikes and 2 balls, sorry.
So that's a no-no there. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
That was another ball accumulated. One more ball and she gets to walk. One more strike and she is out. Goes again. And that is another ball. And now Alexa will get to walk to the first base. And so now here we go. Another H.J. Robertson High School player coming on now to the field. This is number 5. This is their pitcher, Emmeline Seymour. Now on the field to bat for the Stallions. This is their pitcher now. Goes, and that looks like it's a little bit too low. And look at the H.J. Robertson High School player. Oh, and she was a little bit too eager. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, the umpire deems that to be she did not get home in time. Looks like she was a little bit too eager on that play to score the run for her team. She did not get on in time. And looks like she is out. But the officials continuing to review the play. And the final verdict, she is out. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we can see now how being too eager can cost you in this team. This is the game where everything is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to make mistakes like that in a game like this. Let us see a replay of that, ladies and gentlemen. This is an example of how being a little bit too eager for your team. Let's go HJ now. Here's Emmeline, still at the base. That one is a ball. HJ sitting on 2 outs right now. One more out and they will have to switch over again. Here we go, another throw. And that one is another ball. Looks like that's her second ball so far. Emmeline at the line. Looks like she is currently taking her time with the throws. Goes again. And that one is a strike. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not swing at that one. This is number 5 from H.J. Robertson. Currently batting, Emmeline Seymour. Here we go. What is gonna come of this now? Pitches again. And that's a legal hit from HJ. And she caught the run. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the 3rd out for HJ Robertson. And now both teams will switch over. And this is actually interesting because, ladies and gentlemen, we now sit at an even score. The current score is 2-2. Both teams are tied. And we are going now into another inning with a tie score, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this game has been proven to be close so far. Both teams given their absolute all. Both teams have not been given up. Both teams return now to their benches, looking to talk things over.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
And ladies and gentlemen, we'll get right back to you in a second. Let's go to a commercial break.
Waterloo Holdings Investment Limited, a proud sponsor of Turks and Caicos Islands school sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now back to live ball game action. And here we go, straight onto the field. We have the Clement Howell Eagles batting. The first pitch is deemed as a ball. This is now Emmeline again pitching for the HJ Stallions. The first pitch is deemed as a ball. So that is now goes up again. And that pitch is deemed as another ball. That's the second ball so far. Two more and she gets to walk. As I said before, the score is currently tied. Another one. That is way too high. That's the third ball so far accumulated for Clement Howell. One more and they will get a free walk to second base. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going to come of this? Again, and that is the fourth ball. And number 24 from the Clement Eagles will get to walk to second base. Ladies and gentlemen, that is their pitcher, Eunice Mizik, currently at the second base. And now to bat here goes up again. And that one is deemed as, oh, look at the runner. The runner has stolen her way all the way across all the bases. She's at the third base now. She snuck her way all across the bases. And here we go. This is number 7 from the Clement Howell Eagles. This is Tamara Lewis, currently batting. And looks like they're reviewing some things. They have an ice pack. Looks like probably one of the, oh, it looks like one of the HJ players are actually hurt. So they have officially called the timeout. And so now there's some medical attention being done to one of the HJ players. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with this now, we're going right back to another commercial break. We'll get right back to you in a second. And we are back to live ball game action, ladies and gentlemen. This is Clement Howell batting currently, and that pitch is deemed way too high again. That's her third ball accumulated so far. One more and she gets to walk to the first base. Here we go, goes again. And that's another ball and she will now officially walk to the first base. Here is another batter coming up for Clement Howell. This is Destiny Cox, number 15 from the Eagles. Let's see what is going to come of this batting chance from the Eagles. Here we go. Goes in. And that pitch is no good. But here we go. The runner's trying to steal the way. And Eunice scores a point for the Clement Howell Eagles. That run was safe. Number 24. So it's currently 3-2 in favor of the Clement Howell Eagles. They managed to score a run on that play. And so now what is Destiny gonna do? Pitch is gone, and that's a strike. She did not swing at that. So that is a strike accumulated for Destiny. Here we go. How is she gonna respond to this one now? Goes again, and that one is deemed too low. So ball and strike is even. One for both of them. Here we go. H.J. Robinson now. Another pitch, and that looks like it's low again. That's her third ball. Here we go. What is gonna come of this one now? Goes again. And that one is deemed as another ball. Ball is deemed as far to the left. And so here is another batter from the Clement Howell Eagles. This is number 21 currently to bat. This is Janiyah Forbes again for the Eagles. Here's a pitch, and that one is looks like a little bit too far to the right. And the runner stole to second base earlier. We have runners on second and third base now. Another pitch, and that's a strike accumulated now from Janiyah. What is gonna come of this game now? Here we go. They're taking their time now. Both teams looking like they're not gonna let the pressure accumulate to them. But here we go, another pitch. And she swung at that one, but swung a little bit too late. Ladies and gentlemen, that's another strike for Janiyah. That's her second strike. One more, and she is out. Janiyah Forbes, number 21, batting currently. And that is a ball, and she got that in the nick of time. She gets to walk to first base. Here we go. Here is another batter coming up for the Clement Howell Eagles. This is number 2 for the Eagles. This is Denisha Rodriguez again in the batting position for the Eagles. Another pitch, and that one looks like it's a little bit too low. Here we go. Both teams now revising their play. Another pitch, and that is a strike straight down the middle, but she did not swing. Here we go. Denisha now still in the batting position. What is going to come of this one? Another pitch, and that one was a little bit high, but she swung at it.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Looks like that may not count, so it is currently 1 ball and 2 strikes for Denisha. She has to be a little bit more careful now when she's batting. Goes again, and that's another strike, and Denisha is now out. That is an out for the Clement Howell Eagles. The batter now currently being replaced. And here we go. Another familiar face so far in this game. Here is number 4 from the Eagles, returning to the batting position. This is Skylar Williams for the Clement Howell Eagles. Pitches again, and that one is way too high. And here we go, the Clement Howell Eagles player has stolen her way home. That's another run for the Clement Howell Eagles. So now the Eagles currently sit on 4 runs. The current score is 4-2 in favor of the Eagles. Another pitch, and that one is too low again. That's her second ball. 2 more, and she gets to walk.
2 balls.
Here we go. Loads up and goes again, and that's a strike for Skylar. Straight down the middle and did not swing. That's only her first strike. Let's see what adjustment she's gonna make now. Here we go. Goes again, and that one is a little bit too low. That's another ball accumulated. Here we go. Let's see what Emmeline's gonna do now. What adjustment is she gonna make as she pitches? And that one is way too high again. And watch the Clement Howell Eagles player steal her way to home. Once more, that is another run scored for Clement Howell. It is currently 5-2 in favor of the Eagles. Another smart run scored, and this is number 3 currently at the line. This is Berlin Noel for the Eagles. Another pitch, and that one is too low, it seems. What adjustment are the teams gonna make now? Here we go. Berlin now taking her time, loading up herself. Emmeline, let's see what she's gonna throw. Goes again, and that one is too far to the left, it seems. That's another ball accumulated. That's the second ball. Current score is 5-2 in favor of the Eagles.
Let us be a part of your fitness journey.
And looks like the coach is talking a little bit to the player here, giving a little advice. And so here we go. Coach is talking to the player. Looks like this is just a mini opportunity to discuss some game plans, giving a little bit of advice. Talking to the player now. Here we go. Who is gonna come out on top in the semifinals ball game, ladies and gentlemen? The Eagles currently sit with a 3-run lead. Let's see what HJ has something to say about that. Another pitch, and that's a strike immediately after we come after that. That's a strike accumulated for Berlin. What is she gonna do about this now? Only her first one. Here we go. Second pitch, and that's a little bit, looks like a little bit too far to the right. That's her third ball accumulated. Let's see what adjustment she's gonna make now for HJ. Goes again, and that one is a little bit too low, and that's her fourth ball. She will get to walk to the first base. This is number 25 again from Clement Howell. This is Samardia Parker. Here we go. What are we gonna see from Clement Howell now? Pitches again, and that's a strike immediately as she come on. That's a strike for Samardia. Emmeline now looks like she is taking her time a little bit more. Goes again. That's a little bit too low. Here we go. Both teams recuperating themselves. Reminder, bases are currently loaded. There's a Clement Howell player on all the bases. That's another ball, a little bit too high. The bases are currently loaded, and so any opportunity has a high chance to result as a point scored for Clement Howell. Here we go, and looks like that's a little bit too low, but here, look at the Clement Howell player. She is safely home. Janaya scores a run for her team. And that one brings Clement Howell up to 6 in this game. It is 6-2 in favor of Clement Howell now. Here we go. Pitches again, and that's a strike for Clement Howell. First strike for Samardia. Sorry, looks like that's a second strike, sorry. Here we go. Sudden death mode, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And that's her third strike, ladies and gentlemen. She is now out. Samardia Parker now returning to the bench for Clement Howell. And ladies and gentlemen, this is now number 6 for Clement Howell. This is Yolandria Duran. They call her Yuli for short. Here we go. Pitches again, and that's a strike straight down the middle. That one was sweet, but she just did not pitch at that one. What adjustment is she's gonna make now? Here we go. Pitches again, that's too low. That's a ball accumulated for Yuli. Here we go. Both teams have been focusing. Both teams are locked in so far. That's another low pitch there. That's her second ball. Here we go. What is gonna come of this pitch now? Yuli's ready, goes again, and that's another strike. So it's 2 strikes and 2 balls so far for number 6 for the Eagles. What adjustment she is gonna make now? She has to make an adjustment at this point, or else she will be out. Here we go. Goes again. That one is deemed a little bit too high. And so now we're at a sudden death moment again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Something has to come of this one. Here we go. Throws again, and that one is too low. So the Clement Howell player will now walk to the first base again. And so now, here we go. Their pitcher from Clement Howell, Eunice Mizik, taking up the bats once again. What is gonna come of this pitch now? Goes, and that one is too high, it looks like. That one thrown a little bit too high. And now it looks like Emmeline may be the one that needs to make some adjustments here. Goes again, that's another low pitch. That's one not good. That's a second ball in a row. Eunice now currently enjoying this. Hoping to get 2 more in a row. That's another ball, it looks like. A third one in a row. And 1 more, and Eunice would get to walk. And that would be an automatic run scored because Clement Howell has all 3 bases loaded currently. Pitches again, and that's a strike, ladies and gentlemen. The first strike so far for Eunice. But she has 3 balls so far. So let's see what's gonna happen now. Emmeline again. And ladies and gentlemen, that's her 4th one. And so now Eunice will walk. So ladies and gentlemen, the Clement Howell scores an automatic run. Bases were loaded. And so now that's an additional point for Clement Howell. It's now 7-2 in favor of the Eagles. The bases are still loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Let us see what is going to happen now with this pitch. And the coach looks like another mini timeout here. The coach is talking over with his player. Just taking some time now to discuss some things, talking over a little bit of possibly mindset, mentality. That is something that is crucial in a championship game like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell currently sitting on a 5-run lead so far. The HJ Stallions still has a chance to bat after this. And so let's see what will happen after this. But Clement Howell currently has an opportunity to extend their lead. Let's see how far they can make their lead, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Batter is now ready again. This is number 7 currently. This is Tomorrow. Here we go. Throws, and that one is too high. That one is too high. Ladies and gentlemen, that ball is a little bit too low. Drop your comments down below once again. Which team are you supporting? Will it be the Eagles? And ladies and gentlemen, after that throw, the Clement Howell player is now out. Ladies and gentlemen, the players will now switch over after that miscommunication. The Clement Howell players have accumulated their 3rd out, and the teams will now switch over. This is now a time to see HJ possibly cut into the 5-run lead accumulated by Clement Howell. This is HJ's chance. If they want to catch up a little bit in this game, this is their chance to put some more runs on the board. But let's see if Clement Howell will have something to say about that. Clement Howell has been playing some sturdy defense. Look at that tag. That was great strategy from the Stallions as well too. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stallions will now have the opportunity to head on to bat. A chance to cut into the 5-run lead accumulated. Here we go. Both teams still talking things over. The Clement Howell players returning currently to the floor. What is going to accumulate now of this chance for the Stallions? The Stallions currently talking things over, getting their helmets on, getting the bats in their hands. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stallions are getting ready. And ladies and gentlemen, so far, who has been your favorite player to watch in this game? Drop your comment down below. Who has been the most exciting player for you so far to highlight? Is it a player from the Eagles? Is it a player from the Stallions? And with that being said, we'll go right straight into a commercial break. We'll get back to you in a second. A short commercial break here. We are right back into live ball action for you. Here is the H.J. Robinson Stallions now in the batting position. Eunice will throw in. That ball is no good. That's a ball accumulated for the Stallions. Here we go. This is the Stallions' chance to cut into the deficit. Another pitch and another. Oh, that's a strike accumulated for the Stallions. Ball went straight down the middle. Did not swing. Here we go. Eunice will throw again. And that's a hit. And ladies and gentlemen, the runner is out. That was a quick accumulated out from Clement Howell. Ladies and gentlemen, that could be possibly dangerous for the Stallions if they don't watch out. Looks like they almost got a little bit too excited there on that play. Or was this just pure strategy from the Eagles? Comment down below. What is your opinions of this game so far? Another pitch. And that is a strike. Again, another strike accumulated by the Stallions. The Stallions have to be careful in this ball game so far if they want to make something serious of this game. They have 5 runs to score if they want to get back into this game, ladies and gentlemen. But Clement Howell is not gonna let them build up that so easily. Clement Howell is not gonna let the Stallions catch up. Clement Howell has worked too hard to allow anyone, and that hit is a foul. That will not count. As I was saying, Clement Howell has worked way too hard to let any team come in and remove their championship glory from him at this stage in the season so far. They are not gonna let any team that is in front of them beat them just like that. And so let's see what the Stallions are gonna come with. Pitches again, and that one is too far to the right, it seems. So that is equal, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here we go. Eunice to throw again. Here we go, another pitch. That one is low. So sudden death again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Any legal pitch from this now will result in an action. Here we go. Pitches again. And that one is illegal. Here we go. And now the runner will advance to first base. That is number 22. That is Maria Estrella for the HJ Stallions. On the first base now. And now currently on batting position now. This is number 10, Keandra Williams to bat for the HJ Stallions. Oh, sorry, looks like this is number 23 actually, my mistake. This is Elishama Partate. I'm not sure if I pronounced that name right, but this is Elishama, number 23 from the HJ Stallions on the batting position now. And the coach now talking things over with the player a little bit, with both the player and the umpire. Taking their time. Probably imposing once again a little bit of mental strategies here. In a game like this, it is easily, ladies and gentlemen, in a game like this, it is so easy to allow your nerves to get the best of you. It is so easy, ladies and gentlemen, to have fear be driven into you. This is not something that any team wants to tolerate now at this stage in the game. Here we go. Pitches again. And that one is another ball accumulated. That's the first ball. Here we go. Elishama gets set. Another pitch. And that one is a swing and a miss. But now watch as the HJ player stole her way to third base. And she is almost home, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Elishama still to bat. Throws again. And that was a swing. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a foul. She will have to come back. Oh, and she is still going. That's a foul. And she is still going, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like. And after reviewing, it looks like they're allowing her to stay on the third base. Here we go. So now this is number 10 after a bat like that. Oh, and they're reviewing it some more. Oh, and they are sending her. It looks like they have sent her back one more position. She is now at the second base. Number 23 from HJ, Elishama. They allowed her to stay on the second base. So this is now Keandra Williams, number 10 from HJ to bat. Another pitch. That one is low. But now Elishama runs to third. Stolen away to third base. And the Clement Howell Eagles all around the pitch, trying their best to lock in as much as they can. Let's see what adjustments Eunice, the pitcher from Clement, is going to make so far. Another pitch. That one is too high. That's a second ball so far. Here we go. Eunice to throw another one. Pitches again. And that one is a strike. Accumulated. Here we go. What is HJ gonna make of this opportunity now? Goes again. That one is way too high. That's her third ball with one strike. And now HJ is still on the third base. Let's see what's gonna come of that again. Another pitch thrown, and that is too low. She will walk. Keandra will walk to the first base. We have another batter coming up for you. This is number 2 from the Stallions. This is Amaya Oden from the Stallions, currently to bat. What is gonna come of this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. It looks like the teams, the coach on the field discussing a little bit with his pitcher from Clement Howell. And so now after revision, we're now back to live ball action. Here we go. Amaya to bat, throws, no good. Pitch is counted as a ball. And the runner stole to the second base. We now have H.J. Robinson on both second and third bases. Here we go, another throw, and that one is too high. That one is another ball called. Here we go. That's a second ball so far. Another throw. That one is no good again. One more ball, and she gets to walk to the first base.
The score 7-3.
Here we go. Charges again. And that one is another ball called, and now she will walk to the first base. The bases are now loaded for the HJ Stallions. There are runners on all 3 bases, ladies and gentlemen. What is gonna come of this possession now? Here we go. Another pitch. That one is a little bit low. This is Ariel Harvey, currently batting for the HJ Stallions, number 7. Here we go. What is HJ gonna make of this opportunity? Goes again. That one actually hit the player, and now she will have an instant opportunity to head to first base, and that is an overall walk around. So that is an automatic run scored by HJ. The ball hit the batter, ladies and gentlemen, and so now that was an automatic run. So the current score is now 7-4 in favor of the Eagles. Ladies and gentlemen, there is now 41 minutes left in this ball game. Still a lot of softball to play. Let's see which team is actually going to make the most of it. Still a lot of softball to play. Clement Howell reciting a couple of their practice pitches. Oh, it looks like Clement Howell has actually made a change. They are switching out the pitcher for this term. This is number 6 from Clement Howell, currently in the pitching position. That is Yuli. Looks like Clement Howell is making a strategic change here. Let's see how this will pay off. Clement Howell deciding to change out their pitcher. Let's see how that affects their momentum so far in this game. Clement Howell has been relatively consistent with their pitchers so far this season. This entire season so far, their pitching has been relatively consistent. But let's see what this change is going to mean for this game. And now we're back to live ball action. Ariel to bat from HJ. Throws. That one is too low. This is number 14 from HJ Robinson in the batting position. Johanna Jean. That's another ball called. Here we go. What is going to come of this one now? Throws again. That is another ball. That is 3 balls thrown in a row. One more and she gets to walk. And so it looks like the Clement Howell pitcher needs some time to warm up a little bit. But here we go. Let's see what's going to come. Another one, and that's the 4th ball in a row. The HJ players will now walk over. This is an automatic run scored for HJ. Bases were loaded. And so now the HJ player comes home. That was Keandra, number 10, coming home to her bench. And this is now 5-7. The Clement Howell Eagles still lead. Here's a pitch. That one is a strike. The umpire calls that as a strike. Here we go. This is Alexa, batting. And that one went straight out the ballpark. That one went far, but that will not count. That's a foul ball, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
39 minutes remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's currently 39 minutes left in this softball game. Which team is going to make the most of it? Charging up. That one is no good. A little bit to the right.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Alexa currently in the batting position, waiting for the correct opportunity to swing. Let's see what Yuli's going to do now. Throws again, and that was a sweet hit. Oh my goodness, that went straight out. Look at HJ Robinson go. And all of their players are running around the bases. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The HJ players, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a home run. That was a phenomenal hit, ladies and gentlemen. That smack from that ball went straight out the field. That was a phenomenal hit from HJ. That was a home run. That went straight out the ballpark. And just like that, the H.J. Robertson High School Stallions now lead in this ball game. The current score, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's 9. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a sight to see. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Another pitch. That one is no good. And just like that, the momentum has completely shifted over to HJ. The momentum, ladies and gentlemen, is now in HJ's favor. With one single hit, they have managed to completely turn around this game. It is currently 9-7 in favor of the Stallions now. I believe this is their first lead of the whole game, but it's a lead that is worth it. That smack from that ball, ladies and gentlemen, sent that ball straight out of the field. and managed to secure a home run for the team. That's a strike now for HJ, accumulated from Yuli. Let's see now. Hopefully, let's see if HJ doesn't get carried away now. It's easy how nerves can get the best of you in a game like this. This is the championship finals. You cannot allow your nerves to get the best of you. Here's another pitch. That one is too high. And she will now get a chance to walk to the first base. That was Emmeline Seymour walking now to first base. Here is another batter from the HJ Stallions. This now is Ciandra Mills, number 18 from the Stallions. And so now they have a batter. And looks like Emmeline tried to steal her way to second base. They are not counting that. They are telling her to walk back. And she will remain on the first base. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Clement Howell is actually switching back their old pitcher. It looks like Eunice is coming back to pitch. So this is an interesting strategy from Clement Howell. Ladies and gentlemen, it could have been that Clement Howell just wanted to give Eunice a little bit of rest. Or could they be playing mind games as well too? Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very interesting game so far. It is currently 9-7. We saw how just one single hit can turn the entire game around. And this is a very dangerous moment in this championship game, ladies and gentlemen. The HJ Stallions currently lead. Here is Eunice back to be pitching. The first one goes, and that one is a little bit too much to the left. And the runner from HJ has stolen away to the second base. This is Ciandra currently still batting. Here we go. What is going to come of this? Goes up again, and that one is a little bit too much to the right. That's another ball. That's a second ball so far. Let's see how HJ is going to play with this momentum now. And that one is a slightly too high. That's a third ball accumulated. Here we go. Eunice now looking to cook up something nice. Here we go, and that one is too high again. The HJ runner steals away to third base. And that was a fourth ball again, and so Ciandra will get to walk to the first base. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now number 22 again for HJ in the batting position. This is Maria. Throws again, and that one is... Looks like the official is reviewing that a little bit. That will count as a ball. Another throw, and that one is a little bit too low. And the HJ player has stolen away home. That is another run accumulated for HJ. Oh, but looks like some technical difficulties were committed. And looks like, ladies and gentlemen, that run will not count. They are saying that the ball got stuck underneath the fence. The run will not count. And now the HJ player will have to return back to the third base. Here we go. Charging up something special here. Throws again. That is a strike for Maria, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how HJ is going to respond to this now. Goes again. That was a hit, but looks like that was a foul. Ladies and gentlemen, and the umpire actually calls that as a strike. So it's 2 strikes and 2 balls here. HJ has runners on both second and third bases so far. Throws again, and oh goodness, that was another hit. Look at HJ go. Oh my goodness, there is 2 runners home. Ladies and gentlemen, and she is at the third base now. Ladies and gentlemen, what did I tell you about this HJ team so far? Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is becoming part of their strategy from HJ so far. Looks like they have just been taking their time, and when the right opportunity comes, when the ball is sweet, they are gonna smack it straight across the field. Just like that, 2 more runners came home from HJ, and the lead is extended to 11. Ladies and gentlemen, HJ entered this inning with the score being 7-2 in favor of the Eagles. But look at the score now. This is a testimony of how just 2 solid hits and correct positioning, great timing, will allow you to be at the right place at the right moment and secure solid runs from your team. The HJ Stallions have accumulated 9 solid runs so far in this inning. Just like that, the game is completely flipped on the head of HJ, on the head of Clement Howell, sorry. HJ currently enjoys the lead, and the Clement players on the north side, they are talking over a little bit of things. Just like that, the game has been flipped on its head. The HJ Stallions currently enjoy a relatively comfortable lead. They lead by only 4 runs. They have to keep their composure as well too if they want to close out this game, because Clement Howell is also a very dangerous team as well too. They play with aggression and passion. And look at this pitch now. That pitch is a strike. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if Clement Howell is going to catch HJ off guard. You have to keep your focus in a game like this, especially at a time like this. After 2 solid hits from HJ, let's see if that's going to get to their head. The Clement Howell Eagles looking to strike out the HJ Stallions as quickly as possible. That's another good hit from HJ, and they have another player home, and she threw that way too far. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner steals the second base, and she's gonna stay there. That's another run scored by HJ. It is now 12-7. That's another solid hit, turned over into another solid run. And just like that, the HJ Stallions have been slowly picking apart this Clement Howell's team. They have added 10 additional runs in this inning. That's another throw, and that one is no good. That one is a ball. It will not. That one is a ball. Here we go. Eunice now looking to cook up something. Great throws again. That one is a little bit too low. What is going to come out of this possession pitch now? This is Keandra back to be batting for the HJ Stallions. What is Eunice going to throw here? Throws again. That one is a little bit too low. And the runner steals away to third base. So that is 3 balls to 1 strike. Ladies and gentlemen, we have half an hour left in this game, 30 minutes to go. That's a strike accumulated for Keandra. That's her second strike. And we are back to sudden death. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see some comments down below for the Stallions who have been managing to take over this game. Look at the runner now. She is back home. That's another run scored for HJ. It is now 13 runs for HJ. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like after review, the umpire is calling her back. The umpire is calling her back, ladies and gentlemen. That run will not count. They are saying the ball went out of bounds. It went under the fence. And so they have now called her back. The score is still to 12. That run will not count. Here we go. This is Amaya, currently batting, number 2. What is going to come of this now? Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like they have called the timeout. Clement Howell talking over them things. But this is interesting because Clement Howell doesn't currently have any timeouts. And so it's interesting to see what is going to happen here. Looks like the players are just simply returning back. And the players are still talking over their game plan. What is going to happen now? The current score is 12-7 in favor of the HJ Stallions. And like I said before, they started this inning being down by 5. It was 7-2 in favor of the Eagles. And now it is 7-12 in favor of the Stallions. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a strike just now accumulated from number two, Amaya. Here we go, throws another pitch. That one is looks like a little bit too low. And number 23 tried to be very ambitious there on that run. Tried to steal away home, could not get it. And so she heads back to the third. So now Eunice trying to cook up something special again. What is going to happen? Throws again. That one is another ball. Here we go. The HJ Stallions have scored 10 runs so far in this inning and have completely turned around this game. Another pitch. That one is no good, excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going to come of this game? Here we go. Eunice again, charging up, throws. That's a strike. She did not swing at that sweet pitch there. That's another strike accumulated. And so now, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Something is going to happen. Here we go. Eunice throws again. That's a hit. And that one goes out. And ladies and gentlemen, the runner who tried to head home from third base was a little bit too ambitious there. She was not aware of her surroundings. And the base was tagged before she was able to return back in time. And so she is now out. And that was the final out of this inning for the HJ Stallions. Both teams now return to their benches. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is now. This is the time where both teams have to lock in. Ladies and gentlemen, drop your comments down below. I want to see some eagles in the chat for the Clement Howell fans. I want to see some black and yellow hearts for the Clement Howell fans. The Clement Howell Eagles are currently down by 5 runs. This is interesting because before this inning, the Clement Howell Eagles were up by 5 runs. Now they're down by 5 runs. It is 7-2. It is 7-12, sorry, in favor of the HJ Robinson Stallions. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going to come of this game? We are going to a commercial break. We'll get right back to you in a second.
Turks and Caicos Islands. Turks and Caicos Islands. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. Let's move. This year, I'm moving like God's grace. I'm moving for help. God gave me strength to walk up a sweat. No matter how hard we walk, I come here to mash it up. I'm running around the track. Nobody can hold me back. Let's move. Already then. Let's move. When you see we coming, we moving around the track. We moving non-stop. I'm moving by God's grace. I'm moving for health. Already then.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to live ball game action. Here we go. The Clement Howell Eagles are currently batting once again. A little bit of missed action there. It's currently 1 ball and 1 strike for the Eagles. The Eagles now in this possession are looking to come back from the dangerous runs played by HJ previously. That's another throw and that's another strike for the Eagles. That is number 7 currently batting. That is Tamara. She has to be careful here. Now this would be a story if Clement Howell actually made. I hope they don't, but Clement Howell has to be careful. I hope they don't make any mistakes here. It would be dangerous, but the HJRHS Stallions are not gonna let them come away with this win so easily. Here we go. Goes up, and that one is no good. Both teams have been incredibly solid here. It is currently HJ 12, Clement Howell 7. And now throws again, and that one is way too high. And that will be a walk for tomorrow, Clement Howell. And here we go. This will be number 15 to come back to bat for Clement Howell. This is Destiny. Throws again. That one is a little bit too low down.
Now, Destiny Cox, 4.
Here we go. Throws again. That is a strike. Oh, look at that dive. Look at that dive to make sure she secured that run, ladies and gentlemen. She got it safely to third base. Here we go. And that is another ball. Another high throw there. Here we go.
2 balls, 1 strike, no outs. Runner is on third base.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is interesting. Let's see what Clement Howell has to say about the lead HJRHS has built up so far. As I was saying before, Clement Howell previously had a pretty secure lead, but the HJRHS Stallions came in and blew that out of the water. This is their chance now to come back. Here we go. And that one is a little bit low. And the Clement Howell Eagles player is safe. She makes it back home. That's a run secured for the Eagles, so now that brings them up to 8. It is 8-12 now, still in favor of the Stallions. Clement Howell has a chance to say something about that. Here we go, another pitch. That one is a little bit too low, and the runner steals herself to second base. Here we go. This game is getting interesting now, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, another pitch. That one is a strike straight down the middle. She did not swing at that one. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is inning number 3. And that's another strike, ladies and gentlemen. That's a second strike, one more, and she is out. It is 8-12 in favor of the Stallions. Look at that hit. And that was a foul, ladies and gentlemen. It will not count. That ball will not count. That one went out of bounds. This is Janiyah Forbes currently batting for the Eagles. And ladies and gentlemen, both teams are known for not giving up. At first we saw the Stallions chasing the Eagles. Now we're seeing the Eagles chasing the Stallions. Let's see what's going to come of this game now. That one is a little bit too low. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Let's see what Janiyah has to say about this now. Another pitch. That one is a little bit too low. Runner decided not to move on the second base. Here we go. Let's go. Runner getting ready. That one is too high. And the batter will walk to the first base. Ladies and gentlemen, there is runners on first and second base. Here we go. Clement Howell is ready. Goes again. That one is no good, but the runner steals herself to third base. Let's see how Clement Howell is going to respond to the action so far. Oh, goodness. And she is out just like that. A miscommunication. A major miscommunication just now. And that costed the team 1 out. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying before, mistakes like this tend to be costly in a game that is this big. Let's see how the team is going to respond after this now. Here we go. Another pitch. That one is no good. That's a ball. Here we go.
Always sponsor. Big sponsor for TCISS. Also want to thank Waterloo Holdings.
What is Clement Howell gonna say about the lead that HJRHS built up? Another pitch, and it's another ball again. Here we go. And Tanisha will walk to the first base. That is number 2 from the Eagles. She will walk to the first base. And here is another batter coming up. Here is number 4, Skylar, coming back to bat for the Eagles. Here we go. The Stallions looking to cook up something special. Another throw, and that one is a ball. That one is no good. Here we go. Clement Howell playing a little bit of mind games here. Try to fake their runs, go into the third base. Here we go, another pitch. That one is a little bit too high again. Clement Howell continuing with the mind games. The second base runner proven to be very eager to get to that third base and is making it known that she is there. And that's a strike straight down the middle. Did not swing. Oh, look at this. And like I said, Clement Howell is looking very eager. Clement Howell is looking very eager to make it home. Ladies and gentlemen, another pitch. And look at that strike. Now that one actually is a foul ball, ladies and gentlemen. That went out of bounds. That will not count. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pivotal moment in this game. The Eagles led by 5 in this game at one point, but now they trail by 4. Here we go, the Eagles continuing with the mind games, and the Eagles player looks like they are calling that to be safe. And they are still going, ladies and gentlemen. And the Eagles player successfully caught her way to the third base. Ladies and gentlemen, the umpire looks like they're reviewing it. And they are calling it that both of them are safe. Here we go. Another pitch. That one is a little bit too low. And look at them go. And so now, Clement Howell. Now this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. This was the exact same position that H.J. Robinson was in. All 3 bases are loaded when H.J. hit that home run, ladies and gentlemen. This is the exact same position H.J. was in. This is Clement Howell's opportunity to capitalize. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, if Clement Howell is serious about this game, this is their chance. That throw is way too high, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a secured run for Clement Howell. And the runner made herself home. So that is another run scored by Clement Howell. It is 9-12. Clement Howell currently has 9. Another throw, and that one is a ball call. Here we go. What is Clement Howell gonna adjust in this game to ensure that possibly they may close out strong? This is Berlin to bat. That is a strike straight down the middle. Here we go. Clement Howell has proven time and time again in this game that they are eager to score by any means necessary. That's another throw, and that's a ball. So now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. The Clement Howell Eagles have all 3 bases loaded, and a timeout is called, ladies and gentlemen. A timeout is called, and the HJ coach is talking things over with her pitcher. Ladies and gentlemen, this is interesting. All 3 bases are loaded. This was the same position that HJ was in last inning when they hit both of those home runs, and they was able to capitalize. Ladies and gentlemen, that home run, ladies and gentlemen, was crucial. Let's see what Clement Howell does now. That throw was too low. That's a ball. Here we go now. This is still Emmeline Seymour, number 5, pitching for HJ Stallions. Let's see what she's going to cook now. And that's a strike straight down the middle. She did not swing. That's a strike for Clement Howell. This is Samaria, currently batting. Here we go. Throws again. That one is a little bit too high. That is 2 balls and 1 strike so far. It is currently 9-12 in favor of the Stallions so far, ladies and gentlemen. This is incredibly interesting. Another throw, and that one will not count. And look at them. The players are running back. The players thought that they could have stolen their way home. But now the HJ players back them up. Here we go now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very interesting. That's another throw, and that's another ball. And ladies and gentlemen, the bases were loaded, and they will walk. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the 4th ball. So that is an automatic run scored for Clement Howell. Clement Howell is now up to 10. And just like this, ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell is down by 2. HJ Robinson leads by 2. It is 10-12 in favor of the Stallions so far. This is still anybody's ball game, ladies and gentlemen. This is still anybody's ball game. Who is going to come out on top? Will it be the Stallions? Will it be the Eagles? Ladies and gentlemen, drop your opinions down below. Which team is going to come out on top in this ball game, ladies and gentlemen? Which team are you supporting? Will it be the Stallions? Will it be the Eagles? Also, ladies and gentlemen, which player have you been sharing the most so far in this game? Which has been a player that you have been watching the most? Drop the names down below in the comments, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back to live ball action. The batter is ready, and HJ has actually switched their pitcher. This is a different pitcher now for HJ. This is Alexa. Here now pitching. That's another one, and that one is no good again. HJ has to be careful if they want to keep this lead now. That was 2 balls in a row. Let's see what is going to happen now. And the batter is ready from Clement Howell. Goes up, and that one is another ball, it looks like. 3 balls, 1 more, and she gets to edit. She gets to walk, sorry. Goes again. And that was another ball. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's another automatic run. That is another automatic run for the Eagles, ladies and gentlemen. The bases are still loaded. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The score is now 11-12, still in favor of the Stallions. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in the game. Anything can happen. The deficit is cut down to just 1. They throw again. That's a strike. She did not swing at that ball. It is number 24 from the Eagles currently batting. This is Eunice. Here we go. Throws again. That one is a little bit too low. That's a ball. Ladies and gentlemen, who has been your favorite player to watch so far in this ball game? Leave your comments down below. Who is your MVP as well too? Who has been your most favorite player, most valuable player to watch. That's another throw and that's another ball. Drop your comments down below. Which player have you been cheering for the most? Which team have you been cheering for the most as well too? Another throw and that's another strike. That's a strike there for Clement Howell. And looks like a timeout is called. They're gonna talk some things over. The officials are talking some things over. Here we go. This part of the game is extremely fascinating. The Clement Howell Eagles and the H.J. Robinson Stallions are currently only separated by 1 run, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen in these last couple of minutes. This is a matter of who wants this game more. Which team is willing to ball all the way to the end? Which team wants this game the most? We're back to live ball action. Throwing again. That one is too low. And so now 3 balls, 2 strikes. Sudden death once again. Here we go. There's a runner on all 3 bases. What is gonna happen? She did not swing and that is a ball. That's another automatic run from Clement Howell. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what this means. The game is currently tied. It is 12 all, ladies and gentlemen. The game is currently tied in this championship finals game. Here we go. That's another throw. Ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell is coming back. And that's a tough call there. What is the officials gonna say about this one? Looks like number 25 came home safely. Looks like they are counting that run. And looks like, ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell is back in the lead. It is 13-12 in favor of the Eagles. Clement Howell, just like that, is back in the lead. Let's see what is going to happen in this game, ladies and gentlemen. This game has been back and forth so far. Let's see what's the strategy now for H.J. Robinson. What is the strategy for H.J. Robinson now in this point in the game? And they threw that a little bit too high. Here we go. The Clement Howell Eagles are now back in the lead. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another pitch. That one is a little bit too low again. And she will walk another time. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Oh, looks like this is a fan favorite from the fans. They are cheering this battle as she comes on, getting herself ready. Coach talking to her. Here we go, Clement Howell. They only have a 1-run lead. They only have a 1-point lead, ladies and gentlemen. But what is gonna happen? Looks like that's a ball. It was a little bit too low. What is gonna happen at this point in the game? This is number 17 currently batting. This is Crystal. That's a strike, ladies and gentlemen. But look at this. The runners try to advance and the officials are calling them back. It looks like they were a little bit too eager there. Here we go. This game is interesting. And HJ looks like they have actually switched back their old pitcher. This is Emmeline now, returning back to pitch. Throws again.
2 balls, 1 strike.
That one is a little bit too high, so we have 2 balls and 1 strike. So far, the Eagles currently lead by 1 run. Let's see if they can extend their lead here. Another throw. That one is no good. That is too low again. Ladies and gentlemen, the bases are currently loaded. There is a Clement Howell Eagles player on all of the bases. Any sudden action could result in another run for Clement Howell if they are strategic. Here we go. What is going to happen now? Here we go. Emmeline now throws again. That's a strike straight down the middle. She did not swing at that sweet pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is extremely interesting at this point. Here we go. Throws again, and that one is no good. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Any sudden action may count. What is going to happen now? Clement Howell, if they get a nice hit on this pitch, it could put them up even further. And that one is too low. And ladies and gentlemen, this is another automatic run for the Clement Howell Eagles. So now they are rewarded with another run. It is currently 14-12 in favor of the Eagles. Ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell has took their time and they have came back so far, ladies and gentlemen. The lead is very slim. They lead by 2. And it would be very interesting to see what would HJ come with after this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the HJ players was just talking things over. Now looks like they are ready. Clement Howell is now returning to the batting position. This is number 21, Janaya from Clement Howell to bat. Bases are still loaded. Here we go. No, that's a strike, ladies and gentlemen. That's a strike. Here we go. What is going to come of this now? Throws again. And the officials call that as a ball. And so it's even. 1 ball, 1 strike.
12-14 in favor of Clement Howell.
What is HJ going to cook up in this run? Throws again. That one is another ball. Looks like a little bit too high again. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2.5 minutes left in this game so far on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, it is currently 14-12 in favor of the Eagles. Slightly over 2 minutes left. This is something, this is going to prove to be a very interesting closeout. Let's see how strong the Eagles can close out. And that is another automatic run accumulated for the Eagles. They had 4 balls, equals an automatic run. The bases were loaded. And so now that is another point scored for Clement Howell. That is now 15 to 12 in favor of the Eagles. 15 to 12, ladies and gentlemen. Here's another throw. She threw that one fast, but a little bit too hard. A little bit too high, sorry. Here we go. Clement Howell now getting ready. Goes again. That's a strike. She did not hit that one. One ball and one strike. Here we go. Throws again. That one is too low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, it's important to know HJ will still have a chance to bat once Clement Howell has finished batting. We have to finish the inning, ladies and gentlemen. So this game is still not over. That is 3 balls and 1 strike so far. HJ will still have a chance to bat after Clement Howell is done. And so let's see what is going to come of this game. Who is going to finish the strongest, ladies and gentlemen? Another swing, and that one is no good. And that is another automatic run for Clement Howell. They have been taking their time, ladies and gentlemen. They have been loading up the bases and just allowing the pitchers to pitch themselves out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now 16 for the Eagles. Another automatic run. And an important note, the time has now officially expired, but we still have to finish the inning, ladies and gentlemen. And so that was a bad pitch there. Oh, look at this. And the umpire calls that to be safe. The run will count, ladies and gentlemen. Clement Howell now has 17. And this is another interesting position, ladies and gentlemen. They now lead by 5 runs again. An important note once again. The Clement Howell Eagles, after they have done batting, the HJ Stallions will still have a chance to bat after this inning. After this, ladies and gentlemen, we still have to finish the inning even though the time expired. Another pitch. That one is no good. Look at Clement Howell go again. And that one is no good. She threw the ball away. Look at this. Clement Howell with back-to-back runs just like that. They extend the lead once again. 2 additional runs for Clement Howell. And just like this, ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell is currently sitting on 19 runs total. It is 19 to 12 in favor of Clement Howell. Just like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is interesting. This is truly something. How is Clement Howell, how is both of these teams going to finish this game? Here we go. 3 balls, no accumulated strikes yet for the batter here. HJ throws again. That one is too low again. And Clement Howell will walk. Here we go. And the batter steals away to second base. A little bit too much contact there, but it will still count. She falls over. And looks like she lost her shoe there. Her shoe came off at that moment. That's something you don't really see every day, ladies and gentlemen, but you know. She is now firmly secured on the second base. Here we go. This is Berlin now again, number 3 to bat for the Eagles. Here we go. We're now. Oh, they have to adjust the base again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Eagles currently lead by 7 runs. And the Eagles are just making the most of their opportunity here. And that run. Oh, look at this. That was safe, ladies and gentlemen. The Eagles are putting their absolute 100% effort so far. They have been sliding to bases. They have been playing mind games. They have been doing everything, ladies and gentlemen. The Eagles are ensuring that they do their absolute best to close out this game strong. Here is another swing. That's a strike. She did not swing on that ball. Ladies and gentlemen, that's one strike for them so far. Clement Howell 19, HJ 12. Here we go. Look at Clement Howell again on the third base, trying to push themselves in any way that they can. Again with the mind games, trying to get into the head of the HJ Stallions. Throws again. That one is too low. And look at Clement Howell go once again. Oh! And she is out! Ladies and gentlemen, the Clement Howell player did not reach the base in time. And she is out. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what this means. One more out for the Clement Howell Eagles, and we will be seeing the HJRHS Stallions getting a chance to bat for the final time. And that one is a little bit too high, and the Clement player will walk. Here we go. This is Samaria again, returning to the bat. Here we go. Throws again. That one was a little bit too low. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to drop your comments down below. Are you a Stallions fan? Are you an Eagles fan? Let us know down below which team are you supporting. That's a strike they accumulated. 1 ball, 1 strike. Are you for HJ? Are you for Clement Howell? Let us know in the comments down below. Which team are you rooting for in this game? HJ throws again. That is way too high. Went over the backstop. And Clement Howell, look at the third base runner. She tried to get her way back home. And she secured her placement safely. Here we go. 2 balls and 1 strike. Throws again. That one is too low again. 3 balls and 1 strike. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you guys now, will this game end in Clement Howell's favor, or will the Stallions come back and close out the game? Ladies and gentlemen, drop your opinions down below. That is another strike accumulated from Clement Howell. That is another strike. Leave your opinions down below. I want to see some Eagles in the comments. If you guys are for Clement Howell, if you think the black and yellow is going to close out this game, I want to see some Eagles drop down below. If you think after this inning, the Stallions are going to come back and ride their way to victory, I want to see some horses in the comments. I want to see some blue and white hearts down below. Drop your opinions in the comments. Will it be the Eagles? Will it be the Stallions, ladies and gentlemen? And listen, I want you to do something different this time. I want you to say it with pride. Look at this hit from Clement Howell. That one went straight out. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this one is going to be a home run. That went straight out the park. And look at them, they are still trying to get the ball back inside. And ladies and gentlemen, that one is a home run for Clement Howell. That is a home run, ladies and gentlemen. That is 2 consecutive runs just by that sweet hit. Ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell now sitting on 21 runs after that home run. Ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell, it is something to say, but to be honest, Clement Howell looks like in this inning they have been dominating their chance so far. A home run for the Clement Howell Eagles. That one had a little bit of spice on that as well too. And as I was saying before, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to do something different. I want you to drop this one in the comments with some fire. I want you to drop this with some passion. Say which team are you thinking that is going to close out this game. Say this one with your chest, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be the Clement Howell Eagles? Oh my goodness. Oh my. That was a sequence. That was disrespectful. Such a nice hit from that bat, but the pitcher was locked in and ready. And ladies and gentlemen, that will count as an out. And you know what this means. This is the third out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now the H.J. Robertson High School chance to cook up something nice and sweet if they want to find a chance to come back in this ball game. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not impossible. They are down by 9 runs. It may be difficult, but it's not impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, the Clement Howell Eagles have been dominating so far in their inning. Let's see how the Stallions are going to respond to this now. Can the Stallions cook up something nice and sweet in this final chance to bat? Ladies and gentlemen, drop your comments down below. And I want you to say it with your chest, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to flood this chat right now. This is the final opportunity for both teams to close out this game, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to say it with your chest. Will it be Clement Howell? Will it be the Stallions? Will it be the Eagles, ladies and gentlemen? Will it be H.J. Robertson High School? I want you to say it with your chest. Say it like you mean it with 100% effort. Ladies and gentlemen, drop your Eagles down below. Drop your Stallions down below, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to say it like you've never said it before tonight. I want you to flood this chat. This is your final opportunity to lock in your opinion for this game. Will the Stallions find a way to come back in this final chance to bat? Or will the Eagles stand strong and close out this game? We will now head to a commercial break. We will get right back to you in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to live ball game action. This is the chance for the HJ Stallions. If they want to come back in this game, this is their chance to bet and hopefully score some runs on the board. But ladies and gentlemen, we know one thing is for certain. The Clement Howell Eagles is not going to let that slide just like that. They are not going to let the Stallions come back after all of their hard work in that inning just now. They are going to make the Stallions' life very difficult in this final inning. They are going to pull out all the stops, whatever they have to do to close out this game, ladies and gentlemen. And that throw was, that counts as a ball. That's their third ball so far. One more and she will get a chance to walk. This is the final opportunity of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Can the Stallion say something about this? That's a hit right there. She goes for the run and she taps the base and she is now safe. A runner now on first base. Let's see how HJ is gonna come about in this final chance to bat in this final inning. What is HJ gonna say about this now? Both teams are locked in and ready. And the umpire calls a strike as the runner steals away to second base. You can see that HJ is now locked in as well too. Both teams are locked in actually. Both teams are not going to give up. Another throw, and that one is no good. The HJ runner steals away to the third base. Both teams, the HJ Stallions are now trying what they can. It's one strike and one ball. It is even now. HJ has some work to do if they want to come back. All Clement has to do is stay focused, stay consistent. And that ball is deemed as a little bit too high. All Clement has to do if they want to close out this game is to stay consistent, keep doing what they was doing before, and they will close out this game strongly. But ladies and gentlemen, the Stallions are very optimistic. The Stallions are locked right in. They are going to give their absolute 100% effort so far. Ladies and gentlemen, this is their last chance. Throws again. That one is a little bit no good. That she will now get a chance to walk again. And so now HJ has runners on both the first and the third base. HJ now, here's another one. HJ now locked in and loaded for this final opportunity. And that one slips underneath. HJ has scored a run. The runner is home. She makes her way to third base also. And so now that's an additional point for HJ. HJ now sitting on 13. And a runner now on third base. Ladies and gentlemen, HJ has some work to do if they want to cut into Clement Howell's lead. Let's see how this game is going to go. That's a strike, ladies and gentlemen. She almost looked like she was going to swing at that one too. Decided to change her mind. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a swing. Oh, and that one looks kind of promising, but went a little bit too much over on the opposite side. That is a foul ball. Ladies and gentlemen, if the Stallions want to close out this game, they are going to have to lock in themselves. They are going to have to stay consistent. They are going to have to stick to their game plan. Look at that. That was a beautiful strike right there. And Clement Howell, oh, it almost looked like, ladies and gentlemen, that she may have almost tagged there, but it was clear at that one that the HJ player actually reached the base first, so she is now safe. And the HJ player steals away to second base. Ladies and gentlemen, both teams are absolutely locked in. HJ moves to third base now. Here we go. And this is now interesting. Both pitchers against each other now. This is Eunice versus Emmeline, and that's a strike. Call against Emmeline from HJ. This is both team pitchers against each other now. What is going to happen? HJ currently sitting on 14. Here we go. That's a foul ball, a little bit too much on the outside. What is going to come of this game, ladies and gentlemen? Both teams have worked way too hard to let the other team slip through them. Here we go. HJ now hit that one with pride, and they have secured another run safely. That was number one, securing the run from HJ. That is Alexa coming home safely. And now a runner is on first base. That was their pitcher, Emmeline, now on first base. And now HJ is currently sitting on 15. Here we go. HJ now looking pretty promising. I'm going to tell you something. That's 2 balls. No strikes as yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Clement Howell just needs to strike out the HJ team 3 times, and the game will be officially over. But the HJ Stallions only need to score up to 22 runs in total to secure their victory. And a timeout is called by Clement Howell. The coach wants to talk to their pitcher, it looks like. Clement Howell coming in to talk over some things. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an incredible ball game so far, if I must say the least. Both teams have been absolutely locked in from the start of this game all the way up until this point that we are here right now. This has been a game to watch, if I tell you the least, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the coaches talking over. They're talking to their players now. Ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. As we are showing on the screen now, some Clement Howell players that have been very good to watch so far this season. Everyone on the screen playing their absolute best. Some of the names are mixed up, but we are now back to live ball action. Here we go. And that one looks like that she accumulated enough balls to walk to the first base. Here we go. Number 22. And she tried to swing at that one, did not get a proper hit on that. Who is gonna win this ball game, ladies and gentlemen? This is number 22 from HJ, Maria, to bat. There is runners on both first and third base. Throws again. Decided not to swing at that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, another throw. And that one slips underneath. And the HJ player has came in safely. Ladies and gentlemen, that is another run from HJ. HJ now currently sitting on 16 in total. And this is interesting. HJ currently has no outs so far. This would be something if HJ finds a way to close out this game strongly. Here are some HJ Robertson High School players on the screen for you now. They have been playing their heart out so far. This has been truly an experience for all of the HJ players on this team. Here we go, another pitch. That one. And the players now. This has truly been something for Grand Turk as a whole. The HJ Stallions have been one of the most dangerous teams so far in this season. They have really been a team to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stallions are known for their perseverance and their consistency. Let's see what is going to happen in this ball game. Back to live ball game action now. Looks like Clement Howell is just continuing to practice their pitching for a little bit until they are ready. Here we go. And now they are saying they are ready. Here we go. So now it looks like Clement Howell has actually switched their pitcher again. Here is Yuli again. They are doing a couple of test pitches. And so now here we go. This is the moment now. Will Clement Howell close out this game? Will HJ Robinson close out this game? This is the time to find out. The first one, that one is no good. So here is, that's 3 balls. 3 balls and 1 strike. Ladies and gentlemen, there is currently 0 outs so far as well too for HJ. This is incredibly interesting. That is a ball. So now the HJ player will walk. Ladies and gentlemen, all Clement Howell has to do to secure their victory is to strike out the HJ Stallions 3 times in this inning. That's all Clement Howell has to do. But HJ Robinson has to make it to 22 runs in total to secure their victory. Ladies and gentlemen, both of these teams are absolutely locked in right now. That was another pitch a little bit too high. And looks like they have brought on an entirely new pitcher. This is an interesting strategy from Clement Howell. This is Tamara, number 7, pitching for them now. They have brought on an entirely new pitcher. Let's see how this is going to work for them. There is a runner for HJ on both second and third bases. She wounded that one up, but could not get that one. And the HJ player will now walk. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the same situation that the HJ Robinson High School players found themselves in when they hit those home runs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same situation. The bases are now loaded. There is an HJ player on all of the bases. And let's see what HJ can do of this opportunity. And ladies and gentlemen, oh, Clement Howell is changing their pitcher again. Clement Howell is changing their pitcher again. They have put back on number 24, Eunice. This is an interesting strategy from Clement Howell. They have been changing their pitcher quite frequently so far. Looks like they have been opting to alternate their pitcher. This is an interesting strategy from Clement Howell. Let's see how it pays off. Eunice throws again, and that one is a little bit too low. Here we go. It is currently 21-16 in favor of the Eagles still. That's a strike accumulated against HJ now. That is Keandra. The bases are still loaded. A reminder, the bases are still loaded. That one was a little bit too low. So now it is 2 balls and 1 strike. What is going to happen now? The HJ players are waiting for the right opportunity. She throws, and that one is a little bit too high. The Clement Howell players, all they have to do to close out this game is to strike out the HJ Robinson Stallions 3 times. That is a strike, ladies and gentlemen, just now. It is 3 balls and 2 strikes. It is interesting to see what is going to happen. Can Clement Howell get their first strike of this inning? Goes up. And that one is no good. Ladies and gentlemen, the bases are loaded. She will now walk. That will result in an automatic run for HJ. So the HJ player has returned home. So the current score now is 17-21 in favor of the Eagles still. The Stallions have 17 now. They currently trail by only 4. But this is incredibly interesting because they still have 0 outs. And so if they keep on with this consistency, ladies and gentlemen, it might be safe to say the H.J. Robinson Stallions may find a way to come back. But can the Clement Howell Eagles find a way to strike out the Stallions 3 times and close out the game? What is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? This game has truly been a test of endurance. That is another ball call. Ladies and gentlemen, this game has been proven to be a battle of mentality. Which team wants it more? That is a strike call against HJ there. That is number 2. That is Amaya. Ladies and gentlemen, HJ still sits with only 0 outs. Let's see if Clement Howell has something to say about that. Throws again. That one is no good again. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the bases are still loaded. 1 more ball. They have 3 balls and 1 strike. 1 more ball. And the HJ player will walk once again. Goes up. That one is no good. Ladies and gentlemen, HJ is walking again.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh my goodness. That is another automatic run. HJ now has 18. And this is incredibly interesting. The HJ Stallions currently trail by only 3 runs. And they currently still have 0 outs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Clement Howell Eagles are talking over their plays now. They have to come up with something. This is HJ's chance. But let me tell you something. If there's one thing about this game so far, Clement Howell is going to go down swinging. They are going to try absolutely everything they can to close out this game properly. Ladies and gentlemen, both teams are not going to give up that easily. Let us see what is going to happen now. They are 3 runs away from tying the game, HJ. But the Eagles are 3 strikeouts away from just closing out the game and walking out of here with the golden glove. Here we go. Eunice now charging up again. That one is too low. Let's see what is going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, the HJ player is ready. Throws again. That one is too low again. This is, oh, looks like they call that as a strike. After the review, the umpire calls that as a strike. So now that is 1 ball and 1 strike, ladies and gentlemen. And another throw. The umpire calls another strike.
I am just calling what Godfrey is calling.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is 2 strikes for the HJ player. What is going to happen now? HJ strikes that ball with confidence. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the players were tagged. And the player that was trying to run to third base is now out. That is their first official out of this inning, ladies and gentlemen. Clement Howell is 2 outs away from closing out this game. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is incredibly interesting. Here we go. What is gonna come of this game, ladies and gentlemen? Throws again, and the HJ player makes her way to the third base and the second base. That's a strike call by the umpire. Here we go. Throws again, and that's a small bat. Throws straight to the game. Oh, goodness. And they are reviewing that play. They are reviewing that play. That was interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, after review, they are calling this now. The player was tagged before they could hit the base. And so that is the second out for H.J. Robertson High School. Clement Howell only needs one more out to finish this game strong and walk out of here with the golden glove. Clement Howell only needs one more out. Ladies and gentlemen, what a way to close out this game. This is absolutely amazing. What is gonna come of this game now? And the HJ player looking slightly a little bit ambitious on that third base, trying to come home quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, what is gonna happen now? They throw it again. That's another ball. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 21-20. The Stallions are one run away from tying. And the HJ player will walk, ladies and gentlemen. They will walk to second base. There is an HJ player currently they will walk to first base. There is a player on first and third base so far. Ladies and gentlemen, the Clement Howell Eagles need one more out. Oh, and the third base player, she was incredibly ambitious. This is an interesting strategy from HJ. Knowing that you have just one more out. Here we go. That's a strike called. Here we go. The H.J. Robertson Stallions need two more runs to close out this game strongly. The Clement Howell Eagles need one more out to finalize this game and walk home with championship gold. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 balls and 1 strike. Here we go. Throws again. That one is no good. H.J. Robertson is home. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it looks like they are reviewing that play. It looks like that run will not count. They are calling her back. They are calling them back, ladies and gentlemen. That run will not count. That run will not count, ladies and gentlemen. This is 3 balls and 1 strike, so the score is still the same. 21-20 in favor of the Eagles. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here we go. Throws up. And that one is another ball. Ladies and gentlemen, the bases are loaded for the H.J. Robertson Stallions. The bases are loaded, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen how dangerous H.J. have been when the bases are loaded in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, this is any team's chance at this point. Which school wants this game the most? Throws it up. No good. A little bit too much to the right, they say. The HJ Stallions need 2 more runs. The Clement Howell Eagles need just 1 out. The Clement Howell Eagles need just 1 strikeout, ladies and gentlemen, to close out this game and seal the victory. Meanwhile, the HJ Robinson Stallions need just 2 more runs to close out this game and walk home with championship gold. That one was too low. Ladies and gentlemen, this is tight. Who is gonna come out with the game? Here we go. The emotions are at its highest point. That's a strike. Call against HJ. Here we go. The emotions are at the highest point at this game so far. Oh my. What is gonna come of this game? She throws again. That's another strike. Ladies and gentlemen, that is another strike. Oh! Oh, it almost looked like the HJ player was out, but the umpire calls it as safe. The referee says that the HJ Robinson player was safe. She is not out. This game right now is the definition of intense. I can tell you one thing. This game has been nothing short of critical. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here we go again, another throw. And that one is another ball. The coach is discussing something with the umpire. They are talking a situation over. Here we go. There's a discussion being held. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the tightest the game has ever been so far. It is still 21-20 in favor of the Eagles. What is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? They are still reviewing the play, but looks like they got it. They have got it sorted out now. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, this is still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here we go. No good. Could not get that one to go. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the bases are loaded as well too. There is an HJ player on every single base. Here we go. What is gonna happen? That is a ball. Ladies and gentlemen, and we have a tie game. We have a tie game, ladies and gentlemen.
So ladies and gentlemen, listen to it now.
They got home in time. It is 21 all. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks at this point with the bases loaded as well too. This is HJ's chance if they want to close out this game with the victory. What is gonna happen? First pitch is a ball.
So that's a ball there.
Oh my goodness. What is gonna happen? Goes again. And that one That's a ball call again. There is an HJ player on every single base.
Would it be a walk-a-ton run? Would it be a strikeout?
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Woo! That's a strike there. Oh, sorry. It looks like that was just their first strike. My mistake. So that was just their first strike. So ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 balls and 1 strike. And that's their second strike. Now this is interesting. Oh my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, if they strike them out,
If HJ Robinson gets striked one more time, then this game would be tied. That's looks like they call it as a ball again.
2 balls, 2 balls. Ladies and gentlemen,
It is still 2 balls and 2 strikes, ladies and gentlemen.
unit striker out. Hold on.
Oh, looks like they're reviewing something now. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, yes, they've reviewed it again. It's actually 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3 balls and 2 strikes. HJ is sitting on 2 outs. This is the sudden death play of the game. Throws the ball. Oh my goodness! That is a ball. Ladies and gentlemen, the HJ Robinson High School Stallions have closed out the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the HJ Robinson High School Stallions are your new 2025-26 Inter-High School Girls Softball Champions. Give it up for the HJ Robinson Stallions. They have fought hard. They have fought well. Look at the fireworks. Oh goodness. The HJ Stallions are celebrating. Drop your comments down below. Give it up for the HJ Robinson High School Stallions who have fought through thick and thin to get to this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the HJ Robinson High School Stallions for closing out this game and seeing this game through. They have not given up through any single moment in this game, and they have closed it all the way through. Ladies and gentlemen, the HJ Robinson High School Stallions are your new Inter-High School Girls Softball Champions. Drop a comment down below for your Stallions. Ladies and gentlemen, drop your hearts, drop your Stallions. Ladies and gentlemen, the celebration begins. The celebration begins. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this ball game. The celebration will now begin for the HJ Robinson Stallions. This team has fought through thick and thin, and they have now overcame the odds. The HJ Robinson High School Stallions are your new Inter-High School Softball Girls Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, showing on your screen right now, this is the H.J. Robertson High School, who are your current champions this season so far. They have fought through thick and thin. They have overcome all the odds. Ladies and gentlemen, drop your blue and white hearts in the comments down below. I want to see the Stallions in the comments. I want to see the H.J. Robertson High School fans down in the comments. This is your moment. Show your team some love. Show your team some support. They have battled through all the teams so far. They have fought their way all the way up to the Golden Glove. Show your team some love right now. Show your team some support. They have made it all the way through. This is the H.J. Robertson High School Stallions. Showing on your screen right now a couple of key players for you so far throughout this whole season. They have fought through thick and thin, like I said. The H.J. Robertson High School Stallions have been a team that have not given up no matter what has been thrown their way, and now they have reaped their reward. The H.J. Robertson High School Stallions are the new champions for this year's softball season. And the celebration continues. The teams returning back to their benches now. Entertainment being set up outside as well too.
Mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Shining Stars T-Pan group there. It's a special performance by the Steel Pan by Shining Stars Primary School. Ronnie, that's it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have closing ceremony now / the closing remarks. So quiet down a little bit, guys. Quiet down a little bit. Now we'll have some closing remarks from the president of the Softball Federation, Mr. Godfrey Bean. Mr. Bean, closing brief remarks. It's 9:30 p.m. now. Ladies and gentlemen, closing remarks for the president of the Softball Federation, Mr. Godfrey Bean.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to stand here to again and to celebrate with the athletes of the softball league and the high school league. It's another season that went by, and it was a great one. We want to thank all our schools for taking part and for a very good play. I want to say to all the coaches and all the officials, thank you very much for your hard work here over the last few months. And it's a pleasure to see that our softball had improved tremendously. And so I want to thank them all. I want to say a big thank you to the H.J. Robinson High School on winning the championship, and also Clement Howell for a valid fight. And also I thanking the A. Louise Garland Thomas, a school that is young, very young, and they show a brilliant show of softball here over the last couple of days. So also I want to thank Maranatha High, all Raymond Gardner High, Madre Basin High for taking part in this softball season. Again, thank you very much. Fans, thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey Bean, president of the Softball Federation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for what we've been waiting for, now the awards. Can we get the Deputy Director of the Turks and Caicos Islands Sports Commission, Mr. Alvin Parker? Yes, Mr. Parker. Deputy Director of the TCI Sports Commission. Now for League Top Pitcher. Where's the background? Nope. They took down the back. Okay. So, League Top Pitcher. This person hails from Maranatha Academy. This is Jessica Dormias. Is she here? Let's go, Jessica. Run, Fevit, Kuwe, everything. Let's go. Photographers, please, where are you guys? Jessica is running now from Maranatha Academy, the Blizzards, with another award. Where is the photographers? Media, we have someone on standby. Good. So, Jessica. Oh, Jessica in jeans. Okay. So this is Jessica Dormias. Jessica, sorry for messing up your name. Sorry, man. From Maranatha Academy. Congratulations, Jessica. Very, very good pitcher. League top pitcher. Now, stand by, Mr. Parker. League top hitter. This person hails from BWIC, Alyssa Wilson. Do we have a representative? Is she here? League top hitter? No representative from BWIC? Okay, we're moving on. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Can we get Mr. Bean? Godfrey? This is League MVP. Mr. Godfrey will present this. This person hails from Blue Hills, Providence Islands, from Clement, Howell High. This is Skylar Williams, League MVP. Skylar Williams in her final year. Thank you, Mr. Bean. Can I get the board member, Mr. Ewing? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present the third place team. This team hails from Longvale, Providence Islands. This is A. Lewis Garland Thomas High School. Third place only goes from first to third form. They are on the podium. And I'll tell you this, the Hawks will be back in 3 weeks for Inter-High School Track and Field Championship. You know the vibes. You know the straps. This is A. Lewis Garland Thomas High School. The Hawks. You know where to go. Ladies and gentlemen, third place for the Hawks. Maranatha Academy did not show up today. So the Hawks took that one by forfeit. Wonder, let's say not too much now. Third place, DJ, when these teams come on, give us a little something, you know, give us a little something. Give us a little something. This is third place. Mr. Jared, you guys can get in this photo? Mr. Bean? Third place, thank you. Third place, A. Lewis Garland Thomas High School, aka the Hawks. Check them on the track. Inter-High is coming. Yes, so we have our director taking a picture. Our board member, Mr. Ewing, is always at these events. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you supporting always. We appreciate all our board members. Come along. Photographer, oh, Les, she is here. Thank you, Hawks. Mr. Ewan, stand by again, please, sir. Thank you. Lead for, well, a representative of the athlete is here. She's here. That's Alyssa Wilson. We still want, is she here? Okay, they said they'll give it to you guys later. My apologies. Okay, we'll send it over. So now, our second place team. This team is from Blue Hills, Providence Islands. This is Clement Howell High. You know what it is. You know what it is. Clement Howell High. Second place. Eagles, Mr. Jared, Mr. Bean, yes, we are ready for you guys. All the coaches, a job well done to everyone who made these teams possible. Ladies and gentlemen, spoil up. Board member, Mr. Jared, stay right there, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now, championship pitcher. This person hails from Mission Folly, Grand Turk. From HJRHS High School, the captain, the pitcher, this is Emily Seymour. So championship pitcher, now championship MVP. This person hails from Mission Folly, Grand Turk. From HJRHS High School, you know the Shreps, you know the vibe. This is Alexa Estrella. Championship MVP, Alexa Estrella. Mr. Godfrey Bean, join Mr. Jared, please. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I present to you the 2026 Inter-High School Softball Champions. Hold on. Listen, I ain't got time. Listen, I gotta go. You better find the song in 3, 2, 1. And now I present to you now the 2026 Inter-High School Softball Champions from Mission Folly, Grand Turk, the nation's capital. This team is HJRHS High School. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. me check one. Listen, do not turn on my mic. Well, do me that, man. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the facts and not the fiction. H.J. Robinson High School Girls is your 2025-2026 Inter-High School Girls Football Champions. Now they add another one, a softball champions. This is TCISS, just more than sports. And our director and Mr. Bean, you're supposed to, yep. Ladies, Mr. Ewing, Mr. Parker, you guys want to get in this photo up here, please? I'm feeling raindrops. Thank God for the rain, but we don't need it right now. Thank you, Mr. Parker, Mr. Ewing, board member, Mr. Parker, deputy director, Mr. Jarrett, director of the TCI Sports Commission, and Mr. Godfrey Bean, president. This is H.J. Robinson High School champions of Inter-High School Girls Softball. So, ladies and gentlemen, please get home safely. How much minutes we giving them to get out of here? It's 9:46 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that we want you guys to get home safely. It is that time now to call your parents. Do not come onto the ballpark because the lights will be shutting down in the next 5 to 6 minutes. It will be pitch black. Do not come on this field. Security, get in place. We have a timer. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank every team, every coach. I want to thank our sponsors, Inter-Caribbean Airways, Waterloo Holding, our volunteers, our DJ, the police, Royal Turks and Caicos Islands Police Force, Red Cross. Marshall, she's here for a trophy. Just give her a trophy, please. Don't hold it hostage. The BWIC trophy? Yes, they need it. They're here. They want to take it. Take it off our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, now get home safe. Like I was saying, I want to thank everyone who made this possible. We have development meets the 7th and the 14th of February. We also have inter-high school track and field championships, inter-primary track and field championships. Let's Move TCI and more. My name is Delano Williams, and we're signing out.
She can do her thing with.